Hi, good morning, everybody. I can see we've got a few people starting to join. Um, I'll just do what I normally do, which is waffle on a little bit at the start of these things, so that as people join, they'll realise they're at the right place and they can adjust their volume and stuff like that and get themselves sorted out. Um, can I ask everyone to go on to mute, please, when you join? Obviously, you can also turn your cameras off. No need for you to have camera on. So yeah, I'll just talk a little bit. It's a beautiful morning here where I am in North Lincolnshire. I can look across towards Nornby Park, if anyone knows that, in the little village I'm at. It's really pretty. My voice this morning may or may not just about hold out for this presentation, I'm afraid, and it's entirely self-inflicted. So some of you may know, may be able to tell, that I'm originally from the northeast of England. I'm from the little town of Hexham in Northumberland, where I was born. And one of my passions is football and Newcastle United. Since my dad took me when I was a little lad, I've always gone along. And so I was at the match on Monday night when we qualified for the Champions League. And as a result of that, quite a lot of shouting and probably a few beers that were drunk as well. My voice is in danger of just about giving up. But hopefully it'll keep me through. If I keep sipping a bit of water, we'll keep going and get through this. I'll put a couple of links, or my colleague Amanda will put a couple of links in the chat forum as we go along, just to show you where things are. But pretty much, I'm sure you all know that we've put stuff onto the this IG portal that we have, and so everything that you need, all the fact sheets, the normal IG stuff as we go along is all put on there, and the stuff around the data security protection toolkit is on there as well. So all the evidence that you need is in a zip file which we've loaded up to the system there, because you don't need to actually upload it. That's the evidence there primarily for yourselves, as for your assurance that we as NRI are providing the relevant technical security stuff that you would expect, and that we're contracted to do. You don't actually need to load it up onto the system to show it to anyone at NHS England. I was going to say NHS Digital there, but NHS England. So there's no one at the other end really going to be looking for this stuff. Other organisations, if you hear about people having their returns audited and that type of thing, that really will only be the likes of us for a start. As a provider of services, large NHS trusts will be audited as well. But at the moment, certainly the GP practices, you're not audited or checked on this stuff. As I say, so it's for your own records really, and for yourselves to be assured of what we are doing. But then if you do want to look, you can load it up as well. I did hear back from someone last week, however, who was having problems getting some of the files to load into the toolkit. But I don't know, I didn't get a chance to test that. That was something I was going to do, but I will test that again this week. If anyone has any problems loading data into the toolkit, loading some of the stuff that we put into that file, then certainly let me know and we can try and through it. But as I say, you don't actually have to upload it. You can just put a narrative in there to say that you have the evidence available, and it's stored locally, and you've got access to it. Okay, 9:30. Excuse me. I will just I'm going to switch my mic off and have a good cough and a drink, I think, and then we'll get started. Okay, so I'm hoping you can all see the screen. Can you see the first page of the presentation? Can someone just shoot up and say yes, please?
Yeah, we can see it.
Excellent, lovely, thank you. So this is a presentation around the submission of the Data Security and Protection Toolkit. For those of you who heard it last year, if this is vaguely familiar, I have to say I've pretty much just revamped the one from last year. And strangely enough, it was actually on this same date. Because when I went to look at this, I haven't changed the year. I realized 24th of May. Oh, great, 24th of May. That's fine. I didn't change the 23, so it is proof if needed. It is actually just last year's. I did change some of the content a little bit, but not a whole lot. So I'm going to do a couple of general IG updates first, kind of while I've got you all here. Some of the stuff that we're going to be doing, but that'll be in more detail at our next webinar. But just some really quick updates on stuff that we've been talking about and working on. As I'm sure you all know, the management of deceased records was something that you took on last year as GP practices. I think we're pretty much getting our heads around this now. It was new to me as well when we took it on. So we had a steep learning curve on it. We're still getting the odd unusual one coming through, but I think we've pretty much got the basic concepts of it. I think the sort of reminders, the sort of things I would say that have popped up. Yeah, next of kin. This has come up on the one that I'm dealing with in the last couple of days. Next of kin, immediate family have no right of access in law to a deceased person's record. And if you think of that duty of confidentiality that you owe to your patients, you wouldn't just give a patient's record to their partner just because the partner asked when they're alive, and you'd go on data protection. So just because data protection doesn't apply, the duty of confidentiality still does apply. And if there's sensitive information on there, unless you have consent, you don't necessarily share it with a family. Of course, you're not going to get consent from a deceased person, so you have to essentially do that for them. That duty of confidentiality, you can't ask their consent. You have to look at the record. Is it something that the family may have known about? Is particularly sensitive information that they're asking for? And like I say, next of kin isn't a concept in law in terms of access to records, and immediate family and so on. And that can come as a surprise to people, but there are ways around it. We've spoken about the will, the executor of the will, or if there's no will, the administrator of the estate. It's quite a straightforward process to be designated as the administrator of an estate. So I think the big stuff we've sorted out, we've got our heads around. Anything at all that you get around this, please come to me. As obviously I say, we've seen quite a few of these now, and we're starting to actually just see the more unusual ones, which we'd expect that. And we're getting we're building up a bit of knowledge and experience around dealing with these types of requests. Patient online record access hasn't gone away. It's going to be coming back again pretty soon, guys. The deadline for it now is just a hard deadline at the end of September this year. I know quite a number of practices in this area have gone live with it. Nationally, we're at 25%, which is about the national level in terms of practices that have gone live. Both TPP and EMIS have put in place a process where you can now essentially, they'll be putting people live in batches, and you can contact them and say, okay, we're ready to go, happy to go next, and they'll put you into the next batch to go live. So I'm going to do another webinar specifically on this, and I've very kindly a couple of the practice managers who have gone live already have agreed to share their experience. Hopefully, you won't be surprised to hear that the world hasn't come to an end, and that the practice hasn't stopped, and and things have kind of just kept going. There are some lessons to learn, but we have a look at that, and we'll do that as a separate webinar fairly soon. But just if you haven't gone live yet, don't forget about it. It hasn't gone away. It will be coming back soon. A little note, I'll do a separate email about this, that changing the email, so rather than coming directly to me, because we're changing the team a little bit and the way we're going to be working, we're going to put in a generic email account for all your information governance requests. But that's, let's say, well, it is live now actually, but we'll be launching that fairly soon when we do a bit of a rejig of the team as well. This has come up in the last couple of weeks around lasting power of attorney, this LPA, and it's quite a complex issue. And there's some debate in law around what people can and can't do with an LPA. It's also dependent on how capacitated or how much capacity the patient had got. So just because you got an LPA over someone, including, as you know, there are two different types of LPA. There's one for health and one for property. But just because you got a health one doesn't mean you can necessarily, for example, have access to the person's record. It does depend on what their capacity is and the reason you want that. It doesn't give you an automatic right of access to their record. So, and there's a few queries that come up around these. So, what I'm going to ask, first of all, if you've had any issues with someone who has an PA and has created, asked questions, basically, I'm happy if you want to come to me and share that information with me, because it'll help my learning if you've had any sort of legal discussions around this. But it is something that I'm looking into, because there's been a couple of rather unusual issues around the use of LPAs. Just a reminder of the legal basis that you shouldn't really be using consent for any legal basis. Direct care is the correct legal basis to use. If you're providing direct care to someone, then you don't need their consent from a data protection legal basis point of view. And finally, that's our portal, where we put everything. And I think Amanda will just pop that into the chat room now. Yeah, just hopefully try and get it updated. I've started an FAQ section on there, but I haven't really done enough on it. So I know I need to get a bit more work on that done, but we'll try and keep going with the fact sheets and obviously the blogs every now and then, just put in little bits of information that you may find useful if you just sort of check it every now and then. As I say, you've also got the all the evidence around the security toolkit is on there as well. Okay, so the wonderful data security and protection toolkit, formerly the much loved and very much missed information governance toolkit. It was way more straightforward, and anyway, we'll move on. Yeah, it's what it is. It's an annual submission required by everybody. All organisations that provide NHS care basically have to do this. So that includes dentists, opticians, pharmacies, yourselves as GPs, all the NHS organisations, people like N3I who supply technical services. All these people have to do this toolkit, and the basic concept is it's a massive set of questions, and then depending on what type of organization you are, when you log in, you'll be presented with a series of these questions. In fact, they're not questions now either, they're now assertions. So you'll be provided with a number of assertions that you have to score yourself against, essentially. Yeah, unless you're part of a group or operated by the NHS. So as with data protection, the data protection toolkit sits at the legal body, if you like, the legal organization. So if you belong to a group of GP practices that are owned and operated by a legal entity above the practice itself, then you do your toolkit return at that level. It's probably easier if I talk about the likes. I think the biggest one are the likes of Boots. So Boots are a pharmacy, and they're required to do a toolkit return. They have hundreds of pharmacies around the country, but they only do one return as the Boots itself. Boots PLC is a legal entity, and they just do the one return. And I say at a different level within GP practices, we have groups, we have small organisations that run 2 or 3 practices sometimes, and as I mentioned, some are actually run by the NHS itself, by NHS trusts. And the toolkit return is done at the highest level, if you like, by the legal organisation. Now, if this applies to you, what you also need to do is essentially to tell the NHS, because it's quite likely that the guys who run the toolkit at the other end, at NHS England they now are, won't necessarily know that the 3 practices in Hull, for example, are now operated by a single legal organisation. That's happened. That they may not know that. So if you just tell them, use the contact functionality in the toolkit itself, and say that these 3 B code practices are now operated by whatever organization, and you'll just do one return on behalf of all 3 of them, and they'll advise you how to actually do it, and they'll do the back end stuff to set up the system to do that. Okay, yeah, I've advised, and that's the bit I was just really saying. It's of course NHS England now and not NHS Digital. Deadline was always end of March, fitted in with all the other returns that you had to do. Obviously during COVID, it got a bit squidged around. It got moved to the end of June, and now the decision's been taken that it will always remain at the end of June. So the toolkit will stay at the end of June every year now. The technical evidence is what we've got. We've provided that to you. Please check your login we don't locally administer it. So if you've forgotten your password, or if the previous person who used to do it has now left, we're not going to be able to do anything for you. And you need to go. There is a process of the forgotten password that you can go through, but that's on the web page. We don't do locally. So yeah, my main thing there is to check that you've got the log on. So the minute you've until got just over a month to submit, you can submit now if you want. You can set any time up to the end of June. But the thing I would say to you to check right now is that you've got the correct login to the system so that you can do it, because this sort of stuff will get very busy again near the end of June as organizations realize they've forgot their passwords. I don't know if someone's just joined. I'm getting a lot of noise and feedback through my headphones. Can everyone just check that they're on mute, please? That would be great. When you've done all of your submission and you've filled everything out, don't forget to actually submit your return. That's something that people often do. They fill it all out, think that's done, but you have to actually go through a process to submit the your actual assessment itself. Okay, that's the presentation bit done. What I'm going to do now then, I've got an Excel spreadsheet which I've used, which is actually the system given us, and I've kind of cut and pasted it and fiddled around with it so that the only ones that are in there are the GB practice assertions. As I said to you, the actual when you get the main spreadsheet that has everybody's assertion on there, there are hundreds, no, there's 60 or 70 anyway, I think. But by taking out the ones that don't apply to you, we've just got the ones that do apply. What I'm going to do now is basically go through those one by one, and I'll get the spreadsheet up. If I can sort this technology out, let's have a look. So we want that bit there. Okay, so hopefully, if I can just confirm, you should be able to see a spreadsheet there. Is that okay?
Yeah, we can see it.
You can see that. Look, thank you. Thanks, Amanda. So, as I say, this is an extract of the actual assertions that are in the system, and we'll just run through them as they are. Was at the top? Clearly not. So let's have a look and see what we've got. So yeah, the evidence text is see the question, which is column F. There's a tip, which is the main bit, G, which will tell you what an explanation of the question, I guess. Then the bit at the right, which is probably quite important, is there are certain questions that are mandatory that you must have. So the three standards, you can have standards met, which is what we're seeking to do. So if you can meet all the mandatory requirements, then you'll be classed as being standards met. And you can pass if you reach all of them, and you say yes to all the assertions that are in there, including the non-mandatory ones, you'd be standards exceeded. And if you don't meet all the mandatory ones, you'd be standards not met. Okay. And obviously, what we're
Sorry to interrupt, Barry. Would we be able to zoom in a little bit to the spreadsheet, please?
Okay.
Just we can't. It's a little bit blurry. Thanks.
Let's see. That didn't do very much. Let's try that. Too much. Move it back that way a bit. Okay, is that better?
I think that's better. Thanks.
Helpful. Great stuff. Okay. So, yeah, so we're looking at getting standards met. So the three columns, I mean, the other stuff on there, I'll share this if anyone's interested in it. Stick it up on the RG portal anyway. But you probably don't need a lot of the detail that's in here. So you can see that's on the left, are just some number stuff, some old references, how it changed and stuff like that. The key bit is the bit I've highlighted in green here, which is actual question, column F, some explanation about it, column G. And column H says you needed to meet mandatory standards, and it's either yes or it'll be blank if you don't. Okay. So I knew there's a top. So the first one, what's your ICO registration number? So all legal organisation must be registered with the ICO. You can get this number from their website. I guess that you've done the registration itself. You should have, I think, when you do the initial registration, you'll get a certificate back. So you should have that number. As I mentioned earlier, the principle is the same around the legal entity. The ICO only requires a registration at the top level. So you can get that if you haven't got it, you can get that from the website anyway. Okay, does your organization have an up-to-date list of the ways in which it holds and shares different types of people's information? So what we're looking at here is something called an asset register, an information asset register, IAR. And very helpfully, GDPR brought out a new concept called a RUPA, which is record of processing activities. Essentially, they're the same things. You should have an asset register, which tells you what you've got. So the main one would be your clinical system, but you may have a manual paper-based archive in filing cabinets, and then you would have, say, CCTV systems would be something that you'd need to register on the information asset register. If you have a booking in system, something like that, that would also go on there. So all different sources of data that you've got essentially make up your asset register. And then you have something in there that says how the information is used. So how it moves around, where you get it from, and where you send it to, and then the different ways you do it, of how you do that. So there's some example ones on the web portal. On one of the blogs, I still remember there are some example documentation. It's there and there's a link actually on the spreadsheet as well. I said I'll put the spreadsheet up as well. You can get that link, that's the digital social care one. So a couple of years ago, there was a lot of work done to get social care organisations onto the Data Security and Protection Toolkit, which is clearly an NHS system, but it was a move to get social care on well, and they put a lot of documentation for that, and that's the link to all the stuff that they produce, the policies, and there are information asset registers, and then there are record of processing activities as well. So that's the sort of that's the stuff you're looking at really. And that, just to confirm, yes, those first two are both mandatory items. Okay, let me just. Okay. So next one says, who has responsibility for data security and protection, and how has responsibility been formally assigned? So looking at someone, a lead person, and I'm going to guess that's a job that's fallen to the practice manager in most cases. If you're a big organisation, it doesn't have to. The system doesn't tell you who you have to have doing this, but it would like one senior person to be responsible, and that's generally the person who would contact me, who's probably on the distribution list, and who's probably listening to this presentation as well. I say, the system requires you to write it in there. And how is it formally assigned to them? Is it in a job description? Do you have an email saying, "Hey, this is your job from now on"? And obviously, what you've got here is you have a data protection officer as well. Though because that's external, it can't be the person internally. This is looking at a person that you have within your organisation. Yeah, so just need to list who that is, and that's a mandatory requirement. Organisation has reviewed how you score and record consent. Consent, obviously, as pretty much I mentioned earlier on, has fundamentally changed with GDPR, and it's a really important change that there's a whole fact sheet about this on the portal, which says why not consent. It really is pretty fundamental. I would expect that for most practices, the only sort of thing that you'd be using consent for be, as an example, your patient participation group. If you have a patient participation group, that's nothing to do with healthcare. That's a group of patients who are happy to come along, engage with the practice, give you feedback, and they might do other bits and pieces as well. They're operating on consent. They've agreed to come along. They don't have to. There's no other. They're not receiving direct care. There's no legal requirement or anything like that. They're just essentially consenting to come along and work with you. So their processing of their data would be based on consent, and you might have probably an email. You've probably got an email group and that would be recorded on your information asset register, but that would be virtually the only one that would be using consent as a legal basis. And the key bit and the reason for it is GDPR gives different legal different rights to individuals depending on the legal basis being used. And if you're using consent, individuals have got the right to change their mind and say, okay, I want to delete all my information that I've ever given you off the system. Because you can't do that off a clinical record system. You can't just delete their records. However, if you were operating under consent, the law would require you to do that. So we don't. But if you think of you, and that's, I think hopefully that example works well. If you think of your patient participation group, if someone says, yeah, I'm doing this for a year now, I don't like it, I'm not going to get bothered anymore, but because it was consent, you would delete all my data. You could quite easily go in and just delete all these emails that were related to the patient group. Okay. Does your organization have a privacy notice? So you should have a privacy notice. It should be clear and easy to understand. The conundrum with this is that, you know what, healthcare is quite complicated. You guys know this very well. And to try and make it clear and simple, I remember I saw one privacy notice once that ran to about 35 pages, someone for a GP practice. Others, you know, anywhere in between a page and that. I would say it's going to take you 4 or 5 pages to describe the different things that you do in enough detail so that you've legally met the requirement of informing people who want to know about it. So it should be published on your website, and the intention would be that someone who wants to know what happens to my data is able to look at it, understand what it says. Some of your data will go to, if you get referred, we'll send your data here to the, whoever we refer you to. There are certain legal things, that there are legal obligations on you to be able to allow certain organisations, the police, CQC, ombudsman, various other people have got a legal right to call up information, all of that stuff. Again, there are examples. Google's your friend on this here. I tried that the other day. There are some basic sort of template ones. Again, there are template ones on the IG portal as well. I suspect this is all done. We've had these things in place for a while. Good practice to update them though. If you get new processing, if you a new way of working, for example, when your organizations merge, change, as someone did recently, you may want to just put something in the privacy notice about how it's changed. That is a mandatory requirement that you have one, and it's available. Should be available from your practice website. If you contract your practice website out to someone, obviously not N3I because we do it properly. Well, we do. I was in the recommended way, and I know a web developer does that. If you have your own from a different company, just make sure you should have the privacy notice should be available from the front page. When you scroll to the bottom of your first page, there'll be a load of sort of required things on the bottom there, and the privacy notice should be one. Just be careful that this privacy notice made for patients and not a privacy notice for people who are using the website, because web companies will often have that, and it's like about cookies and how they store information that you've looked at the pages and stuff like that, and it's needed as well. That's a privacy notice for how the website works. This privacy notice that we're talking about here is the one about how you use patients' information. What was the thing I was got on here? Yeah, I mentioned it already slightly. Remember, it's not just the main systems that people use. CCTV. Those who have a CCTV system will be processing people's personal information. Every person that walks through the door, or even walks into a car park, maybe could buy your CCTV, and that's storing and using their personal information. So that should be set out in there. How long you keep the information, what you do with it, and who would have access to it, and that type of thing. Okay. Compliant with the national data opt-out policy. Okay, if anyone understands this better than anyone else can explain it in a straightforward way, that's great. For something that was supposed to be so easy and so straightforward, they've managed to design an incredibly complicated system. However, if you're using, well, obviously you are using a clinical system, you're using EMIS or System 1, then that system you're compliant, because those systems aren't compliant. They run a service at the center that checks data opt-outs and stuff like that. So if you're running those systems, then you're fine. What you need to ensure is if you're doing other data gathering, so if you have one of your GPs who may be doing a special survey or specific work around a certain group of patients and their healthcare, that ensure that that's compliant well. And probably the easiest thing you want to do that is to ask me, and we can go to the detail of it. But you should ensure that anything that's done outside the main clinical system is also checked, because I would have you check back to ensure that the patient hasn't got a national data doubt, basically. There's a way of doing that. So your clinical system does it automatically for you, but if you're doing stuff outside of the clinical system, then you need to check that you're compliant. And you should have approved data security protection policies in place to follow. Okay, you know, how many years we've done this now? If you haven't got a policy that covers all stuff now, anyway, look for one. If you haven't got one, there are plenty of examples. There's some fairly good ones. Don't overcomplicate. Don't overthink a policy. Remember, a policy should be read by staff. It should be able to be read and understood by staff. This is where, it's like privacy notice. If it's 30 pages long, no one's going to read it. If you have a data security and protection policy 60 or 70 pages long, as some I've seen, staff aren't going to read that, and it's actually unrealistic to expect them to. So have a straightforward one that isn't overly complicated. This doesn't need to be overcomplicated to tell someone that can only do, you know, authorized access when it's required, stuff like that. Keep it as straightforward as you can. It says on there it should cover record management, registration authority, subject access requests. Yeah, just a paragraph on all of those saying how it works, what it does, freedom of information, work security. See, network security, there's probably very little that applies to you in terms of technical security. What bit do you have to ensure? People make decent passwords, people don't share passwords, people don't click on emails. You know, that's your bit of looking after our network security. Okay. Do you carry out regular data protection spot checks? This is always a little bit difficult one. It says put it with other audits. If you can mix in your day-to-day, there are a number of things that we'll look at here. Are your staff essentially looking at or only looking at information that they should? And then you think, well, hang on, how am I going to do that? You can run reports, I guess, either from the patient perspective, who's looked at this patient record, or from a staff perspective, what records have the staff been looking at? And the occasional spot check, again, don't overthink it, but have something in place. And most importantly, I think we've had some conversation here before about inappropriate access. Tell staff that you're going to do this. Tell them that everything that they do on the system is recorded and can be audited at some point. And then hopefully that type of putting people will put people off. Hopefully doing stuff they shouldn't, looking at records that they shouldn't do. Okay. This wasn't a required one. It's always an odd question. What are the 3 cybersecurity risks in your organization, and how do you plan to reduce them? Yeah, it's not mandatory. If you can think of something to put on there, I would suggest offhand, from the sort of stuff that we see, inappropriate access to records, staff accessing records of family and friends and people that they know. That's a really high risk. And what the stuff we've mentioned is what you've done to prevent it. You brief your staff, you tell them it's not the right thing to do, and you tell them to read the policy that says they shouldn't do it and that they can be dismissed if they do. Technical failures of the systems. We had obviously the OneDrive virus a few years ago. That sort of stuff, which could be done by someone clicking on a phishing email, which would then affect your local system and potentially even wider. So there, that's what you might think of. But say don't overthink that one, because it's not mandatory anyway. Okay. Does your data protection policy describe how you identify and minimize risks when introducing or changing or start a new project? You probably don't do a huge amount of these. The obvious one is when you move from one clinical system to another, and we've got essentially a template for that. What we're talking about here is if you do something like this, do a major change to the way systems are operated, you should do a data protection impact assessment. Again, GDPR actually requires that, a legal requirement if you're doing that sort of thing. So this isn't mandatory, but you should put it into your security policy that, if you're doing this type of processing where you're changing into a whole new system, you should have a data protection impact assessment. Okay. Are your data protection policies available to the public? I'm kind of hot and cold on this one. I'm not sure that you need to. If you, GDPR, as it says on there, likes to be transparent. If you want to put them onto your website, yeah, please do. I'm not. It's not a mandatory requirement. And I think there's how interested the public would be about your policies. If they're good policies, maybe the other GB practices will be interested in having a look at them, and a bit of competition might go on. But there's no reason why not. GDPR says you should do it really, because you should be as transparent as we can, but you don't have to. Physical controls to prevent unauthorized access to buildings and locations. This is about the basic fabric of your buildings, how you set out. Have you thought about this type of stuff? It talks in there, clear desk procedures, security badges, key coded locks and secure access. Yeah, that's fairly straightforward. Obviously, locking the building up at night, you have security. Some of this will depend on the location of your building and whether you're in a shared building, whether in a town or city centre compared to a rural location. We do get break-ins. We had one a few months back at a practice in Grimsby. Someone came in through a roof, through a skylight, I think, and pretty much just made a bit of a mess, to be fair. I suspect not many people are going to break in to get access to healthcare data. What they probably will see is that you have lots of nice computer systems and other electrical stuff that would be particularly worth something for a seller. Although, of course, our computer systems being encrypted, they just find that they're pretty worthless if they were to steal anyway. The big flat screens, stuff like that, might go somewhere. So yeah, all about physical controls. Has a retention schedule been produced? Okay, I would recommend, the NHS has got an incredibly complicated one, and you just say that you follow it. It has good stuff around finance, CCTV, staff records, and then obviously care records, which your care records you keep for obviously the life of the patient. Now you're keeping them after that, you keep them for 10 years. I'm quite worked out how we're going to delete them after 10 years, but that's a different thing. But yeah, retention schedule, just follow the NHS national one. If you want to do anything different, that's entirely up to you, as long as it's seems to be reasonable. Excuse me. So if you want to say there are legal bits around staff records, around payments and stuff like that, you may potentially need to keep. You need to ensure that you look at that. But the NHS guide has all of that in. What was going to say? Yeah, the sort of ones where you may want to think locally are things like your telephone system. Again, most of our telephone system now have the ability to record phone conversations, and obviously your CCTV is recording as well. Have a good think about how long you actually want to keep information, how long is useful, how long is reasonable, and don't overkeep information. You may find that the guys who install your latest CCTV update say, "Oh, fantastic! You can keep stuff for 10 years now." Do you want to keep a CCTV of your car park for 10 years? Remember, you're in charge of this. If you've got people like a CCTV installer coming to put in a new system, it's not up to them to tell you how long the information. It's up to you to tell them how long they configure the system to keep information. Okay. Right. If your organization destroys records or equipment that hold personal data, how does it make sure it's done appropriately? But hopefully most of you got a contractor, a company to come around and do it on site. Anything that's electronic, we'll take away, just give to our engineers. So when you get a new computer, they'll take the old one away, and it goes through our secure destruction system. No one should have CDs and memory sticks and stuff like that, please. Let's just totally get rid of those. Again, if you do have any old ones, you come across old, I found old 2.5-inch floppy disks not long ago. If you have anything like that, certainly CDs and memory sticks, give them to our engineers and they'll put them back through our destruction system, which is pretty good. We have the proper company comes in and all the stuff. So yeah, don't try and destroy electronic stuff yourselves. Get it back to us. Any paper stuff, make sure that's been done locally, probably even just your day-to-day stuff through a shredder, if that's what you do, or whether you keep up and get a company come in and do it. Does your organization have an induction process that covers data security, cybersecurity? Yep, hopefully you've got something in place to brief new starters. We mentioned earlier on, I would certainly, the basics into the cybersecurity is, don't take efficient emails and your passwords. The other stuff, data security and data protection, is make sure they're aware that what information they can look at. Just because you've got access to all this data within a practice, you can only look at it when it's appropriate, when it's authorized, and you've got a justified reason to access it. That's the key thing you need to get across. Do you have employment contracts? Yeah, with data security stuff, hopefully you've got all of that. Volunteer agreements. There's a good volunteer agreement. If you have volunteers who come in, we used this during COVID when people even were just coming in doing car park and stuff like that. Just a quick, it's only half a page, just to get them to sign to say that they understand if they see anything, if they see someone that they know coming into the practice, doesn't mean they can talk about it. I mean, they can ask about it outside the environment they're working in. There is one of those on the on our fact sheets. The results of staff awareness surveys on staff understanding. Yeah, if you can do some sort of survey, that's good. Not a mandatory requirement, this bit, but it'll certainly give you an idea of how aware people are. And it says an example on there. I've not seen it, but some sort of awareness is good. Even just logging on the end of a team meeting or a training, I think probably the worst thing you can do is we're going to have a whole afternoon devoted to cybersecurity and data security protection. Nobody wants that. But if you can stick a few questions onto the end of a session that you're doing anyway, a little bit of a chat about, the things that you're doing, the new online access, it'll probably raise a few questions. Talk about the security aspects of it. And the security training, the staff have to do that. There are various different options. There's the NHS one, which is on the information learning for health, and I know some of you contract to do others, but everybody should do that within the Okay, do you have an update record of people and their roles? Yeah, hopefully, I'm sure you do. Even if it's a case of looking at what you've got on your, it says payroll there, or on the clinical system. If everybody that you employ has a smart card and access to the clinical system, then that become your list of staff, ensuring that you know who's got the right access rights and all that type of thing. And obviously knowing who have those rights and that they're removed when people leave, when they change, and so on. You've got a list. The system itself will give a list showing who's what and what access rights they've got. It's worth reviewing that. You should do it as an ongoing review, but a specific review at this time of year will be useful. Excuse me, I'm just going to have a drink. Does your organization have a reliable way of removing or amending people access to IT systems when they leave or change role? Yeah, hopefully hopefully you're happy with M3I service that will allow it to change. I mean, you can do a little bit yourselves, but if you need stuff changed that's outside, that's on network, that's a smart card issue, and so on, you've got a fairly good and quick way of getting in touch with us. Right, this next one is we're getting to the technical stuff. So I say this is in our in that technical cup. You can look for it if you want it just for your assurance that it's there. It's fine. you don't have to say, you don't have to download it and upload it to this system. You can just say, yes, we've had the assurance from our system supplier that they do that. And the first one here, do administrators have agreement that holds them to a higher account? Yes, they do. It's administered by a guy, Chris Wallace, who's our head of infrastructure, and all the guys who are on our network have what we call SA accounts, which are system administrator accounts. They get specific briefings, and they're signed off to a higher level than essentially everyone else who has normal accounts. Those accounts are very closely managed, I would say. All the guys who've got them only log on to them when they need to, so they don't do their day-to-day work on the SA account. They know that the day-to-day work is on a normal account. When they need to do something that requires it, they log into the system admin account and they can do the work they need. And it has, as you'd expect, it has full access rights to do everything. It's very powerful account that they need to have, and therefore we have these briefings and so on. Okay, you can hear my dog. All the barking is just my dog eating the postman thing downstairs. I'm on my own at home, so I can't go down and tell him to shut up, I'm afraid. Postman will go past in a minute and then it'll quiet down. Okay, we've done that bit. We've done that bit. Have all staff been notified that their system could be monitored? If you notice, when you log on, you get that screen. It says your use can be monitored and recorded. So basically, every time someone logs on, they see that notice there. Might be worth something you may want to highlight a bit more when we're thinking about things like auditing systems. It's not just that log onto your computer. It's once you log onto the clinical system, everything you do will be monitored and recorded, or certainly recorded and potentially be available to be looked at. So that audit thing is quite important. The person with responsible IT confirms that the IT administrative activities are logged. Yep, that's what I've said already. If your organization has a data breach or a near miss in the last year, has the organization reviewed the process that may have allowed the breach to occur? Process, that's the one that's one too, are pretty good at this, learning lessons, this concept. If something goes wrong, something nearly goes wrong, you review it, you talk about it, you look at all the things that could have happened, the ones that did and why and all that type of stuff. So that review, and I say I know practices I've met do this sort of thing. You can just do it annually if you want. You can go in and say, okay, did we have any data breaches last year? What did we do about it? Or near misses? But just want to see that being documented. Or as I say, if you haven't any, just write not applicable. Are the actions to address problem processes being monitored and assurance given to the senior team? Leading on from the one before, if you had any issues, that it's been noted and briefed to senior managers or within however it works within your practice, really. There's any escalation or any reports that have been done in the last 12 months that they've been properly managed and reported. A data security detection breach reporting system is in place. The functionality within the system, within the Toolkit system, really is that you should use the Toolkit. So when you log in, on the top there's report an incident is one of those tabs. If you have an actual data breach, an actual incident, then you must use that. So the reason for it is that one of the things happened when GDPR came in, it made a legal requirement that all organizations report any data breach to the Commissioner's Office. What this did was it resulted in them getting a huge volume of fairly small and minor data breaches. So they came out to organizations like the NHS and said, we need to put some sort of filter in place here. So we had this system. We have our own reporting system within the data security toolkit. And what it does is when you put data breach through there, it asks you a series of questions. And if it's not significant, when it gets to the end, it'll say if it is a major data breach, it will report it on to the RCO anyway, and sort of just go through the system. But if not, it'll tell you that it's gone so far, and that essentially you've met the requirement of GDPR for reporting the incident, but it actually won't go any further because it doesn't need to go to the SEO for an actual review by them. So it'll stay in the system, but doesn't go any further. But at least you've met the legal requirement. So yeah, you should use that system for reporting all data breaches. Let's have a look. If you had a data breach, how did it with the management team notify? Did you improve actions? This is just about essentially how you managed it. So if you haven't had one, you just write not applicable. If your organization had a data breach, did you inform? It says you must inform the individuals as soon as possible. It's not actually true. That the law has an opt-out, but it has an option where you don't have to report. The default on any type of data breach is that you should inform the individuals concerned. There are, however, a number of times when that may not be possible or practical. So if you have a major data breach, you may be able to go to every individual and tell them what's happened if you're talking in the realms of hundreds. In that case, I don't think that ever really applied to us, but you hear things like, I don't know, there was an airline, really, it was one that had lost thousands of records. They couldn't contact all the individuals. They actually put out a press release that says, really sorry this happened. If you've registered on our website between the dates, it's likely your data was breached. So you give full details of it, but you didn't have to contact the individuals. In the ones that we come across, for example, the unauthorized access ones, which are the most common, then yes, you should go and inform the individual. However, there have been a couple of occasions, and we certainly had one this year with practice, where it was deemed that informing the individual would essentially cause more issues. And I don't mean this is a way to kind of get out of of fessing up to something that happened. It was a very significant issue, and there was some very significant things around that what had happened on that incident that meant we were able to document it and took the decision that we wouldn't inform the individual in that case. That's very unusual. As it says on there, it says you must, but yeah, you pretty much should in almost all cases inform the individual about it. All the computers and other devices across the organization have antivirus. Okay, we're into they mix this up now because the odd technical one will just drop in. Yes, clearly we have we do have that, and there's a technical document in that zip file that will confirm it. Have you had any repeat data security incidents within the past 12 months? Hopefully not, but provide details if you have. Again, mandatory, but it's asking you to do that. Do you have a business continuity plan that covers data and cybersecurity? So you should have one. You should have thought about, as it says on here, what happened with power cut, phone lines, internet down, computer breakdown, office available through buyer. So you're going to have there aren't that many different types. And we've got a major business continuity plan for our service. The sort of things that are potentially likely to affect you. I think the things actually have happened. I know it's sounds a beautiful day, but if you remember a couple of years ago, we had all that snow, literally people couldn't get into the office. If people, I don't know, if there's a major security issue, I think excuse me, around one of the chemical works at Immingham that would stop people traveling within a certain area. One of the things of obviously over the past few years with the increasing use of home working means that you've got the ability of people to keep working if it's an issue around physically getting somewhere. So that's we've kind of done a lot of work that will help you with those scenarios. If it's something relates just to one of your buildings, then potentially it's going to be a few days. We could move somewhere else. You can be provided with other accommodation. You can go and go and work somewhere else for a short period of time. But you just need to actually think about the sorts of things that could happen and what your plan would be. Okay. And emergency contacts kept secure, hard copy, and up to date. Yeah, so it's no good having all your emergency contacts on an email when it's your email system that goes down or you can't get to it and so on. So this is one of those occasions where you need to have a hard copy as well, and sent out by email, tell it to print it off and keep it locally or whatever however that works for you guys. Working backups of important data. This is a technical one. We back up all networks and stuff like that, and obviously your current systems are backed up by the suppliers. How do your systems receive updates? Again, there's a technical document in the IT pack that will cover this. So we do get updates, and they are rolled out on an ongoing basis. Head of IT confirms, yeah, again, that's in the pack. Annual IT penetration testing is scoped through negotiation between. Yeah, so this has come up. We do penetration testing. The system asks for something. Somewhere it said it wanted to know when it was due next and stuff like that. We do it on a rolling basis, and the best way to prove that we've done this is the fact that we've got Cyber Essentials Plus, which is a very specific government accreditation, and we had to go through a huge amount of work with the government auditors to check all of our cybersecurity stuff, and then we'll maintain that on a rolling basis. It's not just a one-off. It's done. The actions are done on a monthly basis. Penetration testing is done at various different times throughout the year. As I say, and the proof there is that we got the Cybersecurity Essentials certification. To our register of medical devices connected to the network. So this is something which is going to come up more and more, depending the different types of things that you're using. It's a quite specific thing. I can't really give good examples. I'm going to do this on a future webinar. So that question isn't mandatory, but you should certainly think about the things that you've got that link into your network. I mean, everything from these days, from fridges storing medicine that have alert systems in them, to items that will be monitoring an individual's patient's blood or stuff like that. So there are an awful lot of devices, and they're getting more and more that are coming along. So we'll do some work specifically about this in the future. All laptops, obviously, yeah, technical question, and confirm that they absolutely are. Everything's properly encrypted. Do you have a list of suppliers handle your personal information? So yeah, you should have a list of people, organizations you contract with, even down to small organizations like if you have a regular taxi service and type of thing. Just have a list of the suppliers that potentially, then you could perhaps give people like that your volunteer document just to sign it, so they're so you know that they've at least had some briefing on the sort of on what your expectation would be around information that they might come in contact with. Do your organization IT system suppliers a cybersecurity system? Yeah, we do, and it talks to in there. Cyber Essentials, things in there, mentions, and then ISO 7001, and we now have both of those as your system supplier. Contracts with all third parties handle personal information compliance. So if you have contracts or contract with someone to work on your information systems, then you must have it as a proper formal type of contract. They must mention things like GDPR and stuff like that. Okay, excuse me, I think done, and I think my voice is just about done as well. So thank you all for sticking with it this morning. I apologize for my voice. Are there any questions? Is there anything anyone wanted to ask? So we'll look at the chat room if anyone had put out. Yeah, so I'm just looking through questions.
Hi, Chris. Hi, Barry.
Hi, Val. Yeah.
Hi. Can I just ask you, we work out of another NHS venue when we do some of our patient treatments. You were talking about CCTV. We don't have the CCTV, but I suspect that there's CCTV in the GP practice that we work out of. So we contract a room from them to do our treatments. Do I need to include that anywhere?
I think on your privacy notice, but it needs to, it could be as wide as, you know, some of the just basically how you described to me. This is what we're saying, that patients will understand that when they go to certain buildings that you operate of, there will be CCTV systems in place. You don't control them.
No.
But the system itself should have signs and notices up, so you're telling people basically there is a CCTV system there. If they want to know further, they then go to the actual people who operate it.
Yeah, that's fine. That's perfect. Yeah, that's easily done. Thank you.
Great. Print the name of the spreadsheet. What I'll do, I think I said this as I went along. I apologise, the spreadsheet was quite small. I'll put it onto the web portal, and then you can look at it and you can zoom in, or you can print it out if you want to. I think so. Amanda had put in, there's a question about the technical information.
Yeah, I'm just dropping it in the chat now.
Lovely. Thanks, Amanda. Probably stop sharing that now, can't I? So yeah, on that on our web portal, if you go on the blog section, there's it's either the last one or the one before that. It's a fairly recent one that has all the technical information there. Yeah, Amanda's put the link to it. Okay, are there any more questions? Oh, Vicky?
Hiya, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, Vicky, yeah.
I'm just looking at the spreadsheet for the pen testing, and it says to see
Yeah.
the documents at the side, but I can't see those documents anywhere.
Where am I looking? Sorry. On the spreadsheet?
Yeah. On the annual IT pen testing.
Okay. It's scoped through negotiation between the business team and testing team, includes a vulnerability scan and check that all network components have had the passwords changed. So yeah, I mean, we're confirming. Oh, sorry. Yes. No, I do know what I mean now, because this came up the other day. So yes, it actually says on the blog a bit about this. When I spoke to our head of infrastructure, Chris Wallace, we had a discussion about this. The actual report we get from the pen testing says, you know, yes, you passed it. And however, it also says there are some areas you need to look at. Now, these aren't areas that failed. They're not breaches. They're not thinking this wrong, but they're areas where we could prove and we could get better, if you like, and areas that they want us to look at. Now, that's not something that we would want to put into the public domain, if you like, and to share, because it's pretty technical. Even I didn't understand half it, if I'm honest. So someone has to go. I'll put the spreadsheet on the next couple of hours, hopefully, if that's okay. Yeah, so we're not able to share the actual document, but what I could say is our certificate, what I was saying about the Cyber Essentials Plus, you can look at the requirements for that. It's a government system. It's a government standard, if you like. It's to a very high level. Not many of the organizations around here have it. We do, and just having that, and it gives you the assurance that we've done it without needing to see the actual reports themselves. Because if I'm absolutely honest, the reports wouldn't mean anything to you any more than they mean anything to me. They're very technical reports, but they do contain some areas where we need to do work, and therefore it's not appropriate that we put them out.
That's fine. So we wouldn't have to actually upload them to the submission.
Yeah. No, you shouldn't need to upload them to the system. You should be able just to say that they're, you know, your IT supplier has Cyber Essentials Plus as a certification, and have given you the appropriate assurance that penetration testing is done, and it's done on an ongoing basis. You know, way more than this system would say. It's being done annually. You know, we do it every couple of times a month, so it's being done all the time.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, one last question. I've never accessed the portal. Never had to, so just wondering, how do I actually access the portal?
Okay, so the web link is one that Amanda put on.
I can't. How do I get onto the group chat though?
Oh, sorry. So when you look at it, if you along the top line, you should have one that says chat. You have an option that says chat. Can you see that?
So conversation. Is that it? Meeting chat. Yes, I've got that. Yeah, got that.
Chat.
Yeah.
And then that normally opens up on the right hand side of the page. And I'm just looking at mine. Yours maybe slightly different. And obviously, people can put stuff in and ask questions. But
welcome in 3i information governance.
Yes,
Okay.
that link should take you to the web portal.
Got it. Yeah, got it. Thank you.
And have a browse around there. There's all sorts of fascinating stuff. Yeah, and I'll get that spreadsheet on there. Hopefully by lunchtime today. Okay. Thanks for listening, everybody. Any questions? Drop us an email afterwards. And I think I need to go and lie down, have an aspirin or something, and try and sort my throat out. Thank you very much for listening. We're all done. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Cheers, Barry.